All right, we're live. Battle plan for today is to do some updates to the game. Looking for my move list, which I wrote out somewhere. I think it's actually buried deeper in my notebook. There it is. Meanwhile, throw my phone in a fucking river. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I don't care. Okay, all right. Hey Zilla, how's it going? Let me unbury things. Okay, so this is where we left off last time. We got movement, we got initial attack things set up, we got attack ranges that highlight, we got HP bars that tick down when damage is dealt, we got random enemy movement that reacts to our positioning, nicknames. So now we need to get some actual mechanics put in this engine. I'm doing pretty good too. So right now we have these filler attacks. What we might want to do is start some sort of data structure, at least as a placeholder. Something where we can plug in like real data structures when more of the game is built around the combat engine. So let's see. What do we want to, where do we want to do this? So these buttons are all created here. Create depth. Yes, this is feeding through the ranges. And then this was the actual text that was being displayed. So this is where we need to feed our data structure in, potentially. We could start another layer. Or another room. How do I want to do this? If I started another a second room, that might be the way to do it. Let's do, hold on, let me check something. I'm going to open up my old project again. We're going to check how I handled previously multiple windows. So in here, we have room 1. We have a button for deck. No, after the Hell Creek, we're doing something different. We're not doing another formation-based run. Go to room. Okay, this is just... Okay. Just a default thing. Convert. Room go to. Okay. So that's the syntax I need. Let's go back to the Dino project. The part of the problem is, like, other than Hell Creek and like other adjacent dig sites, there's not really any other formations you can actually build a singular park around, which is a big problem. Morrison's is like as close as you get for a secondary one, and that's still only like what, 6 animals, maybe up to like 10 with mods. It's not not great. Okay, so let's do a new room. This is room 2. We're gonna call this the lobby. This one we rename to, let's rename this to battle. We need some sort of background in here. How did I set up? Hold on. SHP bar. So these I don't remember where I put the changing effect on these. Must be connected to the player icon. Draw self step new. I don't remember how I made these change color. It works. It works flawlessly, but I don't remember how I did it. Oh, probably it's on the object. Yeah. The object draws itself differently. Yeah, spread index 5 changes it to HP bar. Okay, great. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so for the lobby, let's make a new object. So the idea here is going to be that this will be a button that starts the battle. Go to battle. Okay. So left mouse and right for now. We'll just give them both the same functionality. Lobby, battle start. So theoretically, no, that starts there, right? There's a, how do you define the starting room? Persistent clear buffer, yeah. Instant creation order. All right, to the internet. Change starting room. Home icon beside the current default room. Home icon beside the current default room here. Send to top. Begins at lobby. Great. Okay, so now this should start here. Hit the button. Bounce into battle. Perfect. Okay. So that works. Let's make a new object for the lobby layout. This is just an invisible object that's going to control some code. That's the idea there. So for the, we should also get a background for some description here. Let's not worry about it. Forget it. Background not important. All right, so let's go here. Under draw text, draw self. Set up a draw. Actually, hold on. Let's do this. Steal these. Okay, great. So 672, 672, that is defining the upper corner here. So the question, I guess, is where do I put this to have it be centered? It's not really that big of a deal, I guess. What was the size of this? We had a size. I don't remember what the room size is supposed to be. Well, whatever. I don't need to get the layout perfect. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to create two data structures, one for the player, one for the enemy. So we're just gonna fill this. This data structure is basically gonna be a placeholder for what would actually be like data that is getting plugged into the battle system from the rest of the game. So we're just gonna plug in kind of some random stuff. Not random. I do have like a plan for like what goes in here, but need to think about like data labels and like what information actually is needed by the engine. And how to define the attacks. Probably define the attacks by a label. Probably the best way to handle it. So I think, yeah, we'll do that. I don't have particular names for like the attributes that will be in the game. So for now, we're just going to give them generic names. We're going to set them all to 100. We'll worry about redefining these later. It doesn't really matter that much. These can also just be like internal values for the attributes. They can have a different external name that the user sees. All right. So HP, we need a movement speed. We need like a stam rate. Movement speeds are already hard coded in. I believe we made this 1.25. Berry, we made 1. Mm-hmm. Um, don't know how I'm going to define the stam rates yet. I know how the mechanic works. I just haven't decided how it scales, like numerically. So let's just make it like 10 here. All right, and then we'll define the attacks. Let's define them. Let's just define them as 1 through 9. All right, that should be basically everything that needs to be plugged in to the code here initially, at least until we introduce like traits and other things. So if we're defining attacks starting from 1 as the near attacks, I guess. So Carnotaurus, demo Carnotaurus is Devour, Headbutt, Paralytic Bite. Um, one, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Kick. Threat display. Then a blank slot. Charge. Threat display is also in this slot. And then we have another none. All right, and then for the enemy, we have Lurk the Baryonyx. Same base stats for now. Speed 1.00. Stamina rate, we'll give him a 12, maybe. So the berry will generate stamina quicker, but moves slower. I'll make it 11. All right, Baryonyx moves. We have Snap. Snap, Fishhook. Death Roll. Snap again. Fishhook again. Let's change the split This is kind of pointless, but let's put death roll in slot 2. Fishhook in slot 3. Just for UI, like continuity reasons. Fishhook 3, fishhook 6. Oops. Did 4 twice. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Great. Snap, death roll, fishhook. Snap. Tail slap. Fishhook. Hiss. Tail slap. And a none in the last slot. Should be right. Snap, death roll, fishhook, snap, tail slap, fishhook, hiss, tail slap. So Barry has one less move than Carno, but it has one more slot filled. A string literal is expected at this time. Wait, what is... Oh, we're missing commas. Syntax error. So I have an idea of generally what the deal with these different attacks is, but I don't have like any numbers set for them, only concepts for the moves. So at some point we'll need to define what these do. Okay, so that's that. So draw text. If I do let's just let's duplicate this. So if I self-reference the data structure here, I should be able to just do like pc.name. Does that work? Name string should work. Let's make sure. Yeah, okay. But then can I just combine the strings like this? Is this allowed? This is Pythonic syntax. It is. Okay. All right, pc.species, pc.name. Great, that does work. Okay. Is name reserved? Is that why it's red? Fuck it. All right, energy name, enemy name, enemy species. What did I miss? We're gonna work on making some actual attacks and mechanics in the combat engine. That's the goal for today. PC.hp. Why? Oh, no, wait, that's, oh, because this is not a string. Duh. Is there a convert? Okay, how do we convert to string in GameMaker? What's the syntax? Converting it into the string, use the string function. The string function is just string. Yeah, it's just literally the word string. Perfect. So we just do one of these. Now we'll display the HP value on the lobby screen. Boom. There we go. Okay. Great. So HP. And then we need damage, defense, accuracy, and evasion. Don't stop YouTube. Why would I stop YouTube? What's your concern? Why are you why are you even going in this direction? Plus, you're not the boss of me. I'll stop YouTube if I want to. All right, HP, damage, defense, accuracy, evasion shown on screen. The button goes to the battle. Great. If I just put a space, does that just fix the alignment? It does. Great. Okay. Wait, why did that? Oh, because there's an extra comma. Don't know how there was an extra comma. I guess I just didn't highlight the comma on the first line there. Okay, and these all become EN for enemy instead of player character. Yes, thank you. I'm aware of what I want to type. Oops. How much of the roster's been decided? Essentially none of it. I've put thought into what categories of animals make it in, but I haven't put much thought into which specific animals make it in per category. I have a few like drafts. Some stuff is obvious, like Baryonyx is going to be in, Carnotaurus is going to be in. A lot of my other favorite animals are going to be in. Things like Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Tyrannosaurus, you know, the big name animals are going to be in. Beyond that, though, beyond the obvious stuff in my fan favorites, it's not set. There'll be a rarity system, so we don't want to do. We need multiple examples of each class of animal, right? So we don't want to do like just Baryonyx. We want to have like Barysuco, Spino, or something. But I also definitely want to mix in some like non-obvious things. It could be fun to throw in like Ceratoseucops because it's got a fun name. We'll see. We'll see who makes it. The big thing is I'm more worried about functionality right now than like all of the attacks, all of the animal rosters being put in. That stuff can wait. If there is no game, then it doesn't matter what animals I want to put in. Okay, so there's our little demo like start screen. We need one more thing here. We need to actually label the battle. So we're gonna go. Hold on. No, that doesn't tell us the coordinate. This tells us the coordinate. So this caps out at 750 or something. Why don't we just go 700-ish? Let's just toss it in at 600, 700. A Stegoros sweep. Stegoros would be a good include. I like that. How big is Stegoros though? Probably makes the cut for lightweight class or whatever. Oh yeah, I put that. Yeah, this is supposed to be no. So this was correct at 600. I had a brain failure moment. Start battle. Yes, we're missing one of those. Okay, it's somewhere near there, probably. Layering needs to be adjusted. Let's make sure. Let's just move it. Oh no, it's not. It is too far down. Whoops. Wait. Whatever. 2 meters. All right, let's just do this. Let's just put this text in a spot. Maybe a little further back up too, actually. We'll do 680, 650, 680. Okay, and then we just slide this button over because that's enough. Sure, that works. Okay. Are we getting an attack for each range combination possible? So maybe. So currently what we have for the attacks planned here, Carnotaurus's attack set is right here. So he's got 6 attacks, one of which overlaps 2 ranges. So threat display is a mid-range, long-range move. And the rest of these are single ranges. The Baryonyx has 3 attacks that overlap in 2 different ranges. Snap, Fishhook, and Tail Slap. But he has 1 attack less overall. So more options, but less options simultaneously. Okay, how do I feed this data structure to the actual battle room? So if I do, I probably just make these global. What was the syntax for that? Global variables, global dot, whatever. Okay, so I do global.pc. Does that require me to edit the syntax here? Looks like it. Okay. But these need to be global anyway. Um, That should work. Okay, great. So now we can access those from the battle room. So the lobby room, done. That's all we're doing with the lobby room. We're not going to go back to that screen except for, I mean, that's the starting room now, so that'll always come up, but whatever. Okay. So this is drawing the buttons. No, this is drawing the text. This is creating the buttons. So these vars here currently don't really matter. These are being fed through to it. The range does matter. $100, $300, $500. Okay, let's just do this. Rather than me, it's easier just to like change these labels and think about it that way. No, these ones don't matter because those don't actually define the text. Range 3. So this should be A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay. Thinking about how I want these organized, just to make the planning this easier. So we want short ranges first. These were, let me double check this. These were, I believe, A, D, G, yes. This should be, let's just comment these out as we move them. So A, D, G, and this is now global dot player character dot, should be attack 1 without this. There, devour. It's the correct slot. How did I define these? Did I do 1, 2, 3? I think so. We'll just put them in and it'll work, and I'll have remembered how I set it up without checking. So it should be devour, headbutt, paralytic bite. Devour, headbutt, paralytic bite. Boom. Okay. So mid-range would then be B. E and H. Four, five, six. Just make sure this is correct before we do more. Right, I didn't turn off the other ones, so they're overlapping. True. B. E. H. Paralytic Bite will have a secondary effect tied to it. Most of these will. Kick won't. Kick is going to be a basic. The idea with basics is they're spammable, but they don't really do anything too cool. The concept of Paralytic Bite is that we're going with Carnotaurs having symbiotic bacteria in their mouth that paralyze their prey. So this is going to be like a Carnotaurus special move. The rest of these are going to be technically generics. Like Headbutt would be something available for Abelisaurs and Pachycephalosaurs, basically, is kind of the idea. Devour would be like a carnivore type move. It's kind of going to be like a spread of attacks that are available to different like types of animals. It'll be vaguely Pokemon-ish in the sense of like, you know, a fire type Pokemon typically has access to flamethrower, right? But it's not going to be actually like there's not going to actually be a type system for that kind of stuff. It's just there'll be moves that like Abelisaurs typically have, or moves that, you know, other animals typically have. What is the age rating intended to be? I don't know. Probably like PG or something. I mean, it's not gonna. I don't have any intentions for like a very dramatic like gore animations or anything like that. So it'll be whatever your generic game rating would be, I guess. I mean, I'm thinking kind of some sort of pixel artish art style maybe, but like ultimately the art style is going to come down to like what can I get for art if the project reaches a stage where you know, it's actually worth commissioning art, of course. Otherwise yeah, it just doesn't happen. We can just do this. Like, I have no intention of this being like some sort of 3D game because GameMaker's not really for that. So it'll definitely be some sort of like pixel artish thing. And so if you're doing like pixel art, like that's not really gonna have anything that's gonna push the rating up. What was your idea for a Carnotaurus signature move? All right, charge, threat display, kick, threat display, devour, headbutt, paralytic bite, 2 nuns. So I need to remove the none buttons. So we can do that next. So we just do this. If is it that for not equals in GameMaker? I forgot. Does that work, or is that not gonna? Okay, that works. Let's actually maybe, you know, test it on one that matters. Ah, well, it turns out that the I have a charge move as well. So charge here is a generic gap closer. Generic in the sense that like it's not Carnotaurus specific, but the idea is like Ceratopsians, Carnotaurus, maybe Pachycephalosaurs having like these gap closers. Didn't plan on it being a recoil move, but this is also not like the full Carno moveset, right? Conceptually, this is just the moveset this Carno is running. Okay, so the text is gone, so that code worked out just fine. We'll need to remove the button as well, but we'll do that next after we copy this syntax to every other spot. This is what a lot of programming is. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, fix the formatting, edit the variables over and over again. Often you're copy and pasting the text from Stack Overflow, which is an incredible resource, especially for somebody new to programming. Quite a lot of code that I have used in a professional setting is based on Stack Overflow, because there's no reason for it not to be. Real trick is knowing the questions to ask. Okay, so we should see 7 attacks. Great. These labels are removed. Same idea now for the buttons. So we create these. So the other way we could do this, we could have done this in a loop if we would have just like stuck all the attacks in a list, but the spatial information on what slot they're in is relevant, which is why I didn't do it as a list format. Let's not put that there. These will also be removed at some point anyway, these vars. Actually, do I might want to do more to this now, actually. Let's think about this. If I do... Yeah, okay. Let's take the global variable and just plug it into this data structure, and then we can just go if name does not equal, if vars.name, I guess, does not equal none. Yeah, let's do it that way. My stream don't work. What do you mean my stream don't work? That's very uninformative. Very unclear. Plus, every stream you're like, it doesn't work. So it sounds pretty consistently like a you problem, not a me problem. Okay, so those are all buried inside of that now. If vars.name equals none, blah, blah, blah. So now we want to replace all these. The remaining thing is going to be linking up which one is which. Because these are not in the same order. that I'm working on things here, but whatever. This is my fault. Also, I should, make sure that the syntax is correct here before we go any further. Okay. No crashes means it's working. Your device is going to explode in exactly 1 minute. Do I have any last words for it? Rest in pieces. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, etc. Okay, range 3, presumably top slot. So this should be like 7. This should be 4. This should be 1. And then 8. I don't know why I organized them this way. It makes no sense, but here we are. I guess they were like reading text is how I organized them, but that's not logically how they should be sorted in the code, because they should be mirrorable across the middle from player character to enemy AI. So in order for them to be mirrored, they should follow some other logic being short to medium to long range, 1 to 9. But I didn't think of that last time, so this should be... Wait. Yeah, this should be 6. I had a moment of confusion. All right. And 3. And if we did this right, the button should be gone for the missing attacks. Boom. Haha! 7 slots filled out of 9. Only displays that. Great. Okay, so buttons correct. Great. So this should be... Let's just go to this and steal this. Global.name, global.species. Global.en. That should be that. Great. All right, let's do one more thing, actually. Let's go back here. Let's make all these numbers slightly different. So, I think the baryonics should have more HP. More defense. Less evasion. A little bit of damage. And then we'll do Carno, we'll do high damage. Drop the accuracy. One oh 5, 110. There, sure. Okay. Object player.hp.hp, max HP. So currently these values are being pulled from the HP object. Do I want that to be... defined? Yeah, I think that's fine. I think that can be all right. We can do it like this. We just do on creation, max HP. is global dot n dot HP. HP equals max HP. And then player HP global dot PC. Whoops. PC dot HP. Max HP equals HP. $105 HP Carnotaurus, 110 HP Baryonyx. Let's make sure this works. 190, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes infinitely negative because the game doesn't know that he's dead. Perfect. All right. So the stats. So HP is now non-generic. So let's look at timers. How do I make a countdown timer? Perfect. Alarms are instance-based. Okay, so what we're looking for is a thing that's called an alarm. Mm-hmm. Right here. Alarm 0 through alarm 11. Okay, let's just do an alarm. Do visual because I don't know how these work yet. Okay. Um. Yep, I'm not sure how that works. All right, let's start reading. GameMaker alarm. Alarms are counted down. Okay, one-dimensional array used to get the current value for any alarms that the instance may have, or can be used to set those alarms. There are 12 alarms built into each instance of an object. Each one has its own event that will run when this variable reaches 0. Great. Syntax. Alarm index. Returns. Okay. You can set the alarm array directly. Retrieve the current alarm value directly by using the array 2. Function alarm set to set an alarm. Alarm get to get the value. Alarm set, alarm get. Okay, but what does this shit do? Making this trigger. I don't know. Let's delete this. Not sure how that works exactly, so let's just not do it. Let's do this. Alarm set. Index 0. Value alarm set. Let's read this. Alarm index is 0 to 11. Value integer to set the alarm to. If they're greater than 0, system to -1, stopping them counting down any further. So the alarms count down. So if we set this to 060, this should be an alarm set for I assume 60 seconds, but maybe 60 ticks. Reference the non-existent event alarm 0. So the alarm perhaps does not exist. Okay, maybe we just define it. Maybe this is not important. What if we do this? Reference to non-existent event alarm 0. This one-dimensional array, blah, 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 blah. Why is it still flagged? Non-existent event alarm 0. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure how to set this up correctly. Alarm get index. Um, does this work? Okay, so it doesn't like break anything. Okay. I have another debug message showing somewhere. Let's try to shut that off. It's somewhere, I think in here. Maybe. Hmm. I don't know where that debug message is at. Because I would like to turn it off. Ah, here. No, that's one of the other debug messages. That's not the only one. There's another one. Show debug message X. Ah, yes, this was showing our ranges. This doesn't matter. Okay, so debug message is suppressed. So the only debug message now will be the one for this clock, which does not function because it doesn't exist as a thing yet. Well, hold on. This is on create, so this would only display the debug message once anyway. I'm still getting range debug messages. Why do I still get range debug messages? Oh, probably because it's coming from somewhere else. The call is coming from inside the house. Fuck. Where are these coming from? Shit. Okay, I do confirm that the timer actually is working though, at least being initialized at 60. So I don't know if it's actually ticking down. So let's do this. Whenever we hit D, let's turn on this debug message. Actually, hold on. Let's do this. Player. Okay, that doesn't seem to be doing anything because I don't see the debug messages anymore. So there's definitely something going on here. Hmm. We can't find that other show debug message range. There it is, under the attack button. Okay, one last try. Is it only... Okay, so it shows the 60. Okay, it's already run out. It's showing -1. It's probably frames. So if it's running at 60 FPS, then it's 1 second. If I run this, and I hit it quickly, no, it like immediately bottoms out. Okay. Let's make this 60,000. I just want to verify that, no, it's already -1. Is it probably just not working? Here's what we can do. Okay, well, but it does show an initial value. Hmm. Do I need to define this? Yeah, I don't get this. I don't get how this works. Let's just do this like this too. Because the point is to have it on screen anyway, so. Okay, so now it's showing it there, static, unmoving. Draw self. Oh, because this is yeah, because this is being defined once. So if I do step, does this work? No. Okay, what if I do this? Every step we update this as a global variable. Then I draw it here? No, it's still only drawing the initialized value. Yeah. Hmm. Okay. Well, here's somebody who doesn't know how this works at all, too. Create event, A equals false, alarm 0 equals 5 times the room speed, alarm 0 event, A equals true. I did create event. And the object that will use the alarm. Okay. Okay, maybe we just follow this example. Let's just delete this. Delete the step. Let's scrap this draw, comment it out first. Okay, so by following this example, let's comment all this out till I figure out how these work exactly, till I understand these alarms. Built-in variable room speed is deprecated and usage is discouraged. How old is this? 2016. Huh. Okay. Alarm 0, we'll set this to 60 seconds. So theoretically, this is 60 seconds. This already may not work. Reference a non-existent event. So then we add event. We had alarm. We had alarm 0. Like this. Ah, now the error is gone here. Okay, great. So that is how that works. So the alarm needs to be defined as another event. You need to add the exact alarm as an event by doing the following. Click add event, yes. Alarm number. Now whatever code you put inside the event will happen when the timer ends. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that should be the thing. Currently nothing happens here. Let's just have it do something. Let's have it put some text on the screen. Oh my god, it keeps stop. There we go. Okay, 60 seconds and it should do that theoretically. Let's change this for testing purposes to be 6 seconds theoretically and see what happens. Starts the battle. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Okay. Let's add a debug message. We'll just throw down test. Okay, it did work. It just doesn't display the text. Oh, maybe the depth is bad. Let's do this. Let's return to lobby. So now after 6 seconds, it should just transition to the other room. Okay. Okay, and the HP resets. Okay, so that works as a timer. Like a crude version of the timer. This gives us a 60-second window. Okay, let's look at the clock speed if we can get it. Room physics, viewports, room settings, persistent. Okay. Game options. Options general game. Game options. Options general 60 FPS. Okay. So this just defaults to 60 FPS. So we could probably just hard code that. I'm going to leave it with the deprecated syntax because it doesn't matter that much. Okay. Hey, we got a timer counting down. Why did it start from like a high value though? Starts from like 3,600. Oh yeah, because it's not. Yep. It's because we need this to be divided by 60. Oh. Hey, proper timer. Okay, so and if we then just do integer, is that a? It's not a thing. Does it not? Huh. How do I convert to an integer in GameMaker? String to integer, converting it into a string. Well, into string is fucking easy. Okay, apparently that's actually, there is no default thing. Int 64? Ah, okay. Integer 64. I don't know why it's that. Cool. Okay, great. Can I make the text bigger? Font size. Global.current font. Draw text transformed. Um, okay, this seems pretty useful, but this seems like more work than I need it to be. So I think I'm okay with this. I guess I'm just curious. Draw text color, draw text extended, draw text extended transformed, draw text transformed, XY string, X scale, Y scale, angle. Oh, well, that just seems good. So if we do this, we do 2, 2, 0. Okay, so it's fuzzy, but it's big. I mean, that's fine. The scaling's kind of dog shit, but it works. All right, timer. That's good enough to start with. I'll be right back. All right, cool. Cool. We got the timer. So currently it sends us back to the lobby, but eventually there'll be a victory or a defeat screen, like a results screen. But we'll do that later. That's not important. Um, let's see here. Okay, if we just do this. Oops, malformative statement. Oops. Wait. Oh, it's a 0. Shit. Okay, so now in theory, when I kill him, we go back to the lobby. Sick. Okay. So that will be another way to reach the eventual victory screen or defeat screen. Okay, next thing will be... Let's make the ranges work properly. Let's do that. So we need this to check the ranges. How do we want to do this? Let's think. If range. So range is already passed to this. This is created with range as a known thing. So this button knows what its intended range is. So what we need... $400, $500, or $600. I guess let's just take this code. Let's just duplicate this. So we do this. If disto 400, if range equals 1. So this code here, all we have to do is nest it in place of this sprite index adjustment. Then the exact same condition that changes the bar to be green enables the attack to work. Yep, no damage. We move closer. We kick, it works. Threat display works. Boom. So damage is only dealt when the button is green. Perfect. Okay. So we should pass to this. Okay, let's do this. Okay, it already has the name. Okay, let me start jotting some stuff down. Keep myself organized here. So, the attack button has name. We needed some sort of data structure to pair the names to effects. So we should have some sort of global data structure that just controls what every attack does by name. Pretty sure this works. I'm pretty sure I do this in my other project. So let's check it. I'm pretty sure vars. Okay. The card library. So we defined these, and these go into global library. Name. So there are nested structures. So we want global dot name equals curly's AABB yada yada close curly, where these are also just data structures. A comma B also struct. And then to call these appropriately, that should be, these were under, no, it's just playing the item. Global.item sprite, shotgun sprite, global.item name, shotgun. I don't know if I ever actually use these. I think I do. I think they're under the previews. Temp mods.hit range. Hmm. Do I? Maybe I was planning on doing this and I didn't do it. Hmm. One second. Let me check the outcome here. So if I do you, shotgun to you, I'll click this. Damage close combat to hit range 0 to hits close combat. So yeah, I don't think I actually use that. Okay. Damn. So I can't steal my own code from myself. I'm pretty sure those other attributes are all, yeah, these are internal variables. These aren't coming from a data structure. Okay. Okay, it's just deciding if it's gonna die. Okay. GameMaker use string and a struct. Accessing structs within structs using strings. Yes. Let's just experiment. Oh, these things here don't have any purpose being here, right? These aren't used. Okay, so if we go to the objects, I guess we'll do it in the lobby. Let's just do global.attacks. Devour equals devour equals name devour damage. Let's just make it 11. Comma, right? And this is not an equals, this is a define. Pythonic syntax. Okay, so theoretically, that's a thing. Okay. Now when the button is hit, I just want to do a debug message. Make sure this works. Show debug message. How do I current value equals current value segment? Inner struct key. Dollar. Oh, I have done this before. No, I've done this. $sign then string. So it should just be this. It should just be $sign devour. Show debug message. That should work. It crashes. Variable unknown dot damage not set before reading. Global dot attacks devour damage. Okay, that does not work. Oh, also I don't even have the fucking message being piped. Okay, so why doesn't that work? How did I do this again? Is it because it's an object that's in a different room? Hmm. Or does this bracket syntax only work when it's a string? Maybe. Oh, okay. It does work. Okay, so it wasn't actually the issue was literally this syntax requires this to be a string. Wait, why? Huh. Okay, fuck it. Who cares? Who cares why? It works. That's all that really matters. Okay. So if we want to make this generic, what we do is we do global dot attacks. Bah, bah. We do a $sign. We do name. We do a $sign. And we do damage. So that should be generically what we use to replace all damage numbers. Okay. So now theoretically, since Devour is the only one that's coded in, that's the only button that will not crash the game. So the goal is to get in range and then hit the Devour button. 11 damage. Shit, it's just that fucking easy. Yeah, the rest of these crash the game as expected. Okay, cool. So then we got to fill out the rest of the attack deck dictionary with placeholder values at least. Do I want this? Let's put this somewhere else. Let's do a new object. Create object. It'll just be the attack. That's too close to the other thing. Let's call it attack dictionary. Okay. Lobby layout. Control C, backspace, backspace. So for now, add event create code. Yes, paste this shit in here. Okay, attack dictionary. Then this is just going to be slapped into the lobby because it's invisible. Who cares? Boom. Okay, so let's undo that. Hold on. Let's think about this. So we need oops. Name, we need damage, we need hit chance. Um crit, I guess. So damage, hit chance, crit. We need effect. We need move. Let's make default hit chance, I guess 50. Cost. We'll call it 15, sure. Effect scale, effect duration. We'll have this just be the straight up chance of crit. Some of these things, I'm not sure if these will remain at the level they're at. I haven't fully decided how to handle damage calculations exactly. Description for the player. We need cooldown. Defaulted to 0 for no cooldown. Anything else? Animation duration is a thing too. That should work. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. So these are what the attack dicks will look like. So let's copy this. Let's make Devour do 10 base just for now. I'll need some syntax to remove spaces at some point. Should be fine. Because once I have the version with it removed, I can always requery the name internally to get back to the variable name by removing the spaces again. All right, threat display. Oh, we're missing range. How do we want to handle range? Also, why is... Oh, this is missing. Comma everywhere. Okay, we should be able to just define this as an array. That should be fine, I think. Okay, that should be all the moves. Right, display, kick, charge. 1, 2, 3. I missed one. What did I miss? Devour, headbutt, paralytic bite, threat display, kick, charge. Oh no, wait, it's only 6. Well, that's correct. Just kidding. For card, I was thinking 7, 6, not 6, 5. Fish hook, death roll, snap, kill, slap. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 13 initial moves. 6, 9 to 11. 11 initial moves, I mean, not 13. I did it again. All right, let's fill these in as just like a first pass at what these moves should be doing. So let's think about this. Let's do like damage path. We'll go through one attribute at a time, maybe. We could do like simple like 5 damage tiers or something. Like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Maybe. Maybe. All right. So devour, we'll do a 20 headbutt. 15 bite 10. Kick 10. Threat displays is 0. This is a status move. Charge will be the big hitter, 25. Or do I want like a 5 put in here? Let's make paralytic bite of 5. It'd be a low damage move. Fishhook should be moderate damage. We'll make Fishhook a 15, snap a 10, death roll 25. Tail slap 15, hiss 0. Okay, sure. Hit chances. How do we want to do these? All right, let's start. I'm gonna start a new page in my notebook. Let's do this more rigorously, maybe. So if we're doing I'm just gonna go down the row. Name, damage, hit, crit, effects, scale, duration, move, cost, cooldown, animation time, range. Range is already, we already know what range is. This doesn't really matter. Plain text we're not going to do right now. Let me fill in the ranges since those are already sorted. Go back to my cheat sheet. Devour range 1, headbutt range 1, paralytic bite range 1, kick range 2, threat display range 2, 3, charge range 3, fishhook range 1, snap range 1 and 2, Death roll range 1. Oops, fish hook is range 1 too. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Tail slap is 2, 3. And hiss is 3 explicitly. Okay, so we'll just do this as a, what did I do? A, B, C, D, E. So, Devour, we made this 20 damage, which is a rank B damage move. Headbutt, rank C damage. Paralytic is a rank E. Damage, hit, crit, effect, scale, duration, move, cost, cooldown. Oh, I missed the stamina drain as well. Drain 0 by default, I guess. So this is how much stamina the enemy loses on a hit. Range is missing its comma. True. Okay. Drain. So we're not gonna like rigorously balance any any of this shit initially. Oops, I just tore through my sheet of paper, aggressively drawing a line. Fishhook was rank C. Snap is a D. Death roll is A tier. Tail slap and hiss. Hiss is a 0. Tail slap is a rank C. Alright, so effects. Devours is a life drain. Headbutt's a stun. Paralytic is paralysis, which is different than stun. Kick has no effect. Charge has no direct effect. Just moves you forward 2 range. Okay. So headbutt moves Carnotaurus back 1 spot. Charge moves Carnotaurus forward 2 spots. Baryonyx gets no mobility for movements. So let's fill that in. Actually, let's do the effects as well. So, starting from the top of the data structure. All right, Devour. Effect is a life drain. Headbutt. Movement. Backwards 1. Paralytic bite. Oh, a headbutt is also a stun. Let's call this a stagger. Movement 0, kick movement 0, threat display. I mean, I guess this is just another stagger effect. Let's see what I wrote down here. Oh yeah, no, here's my what I did. Threat display is fear. And paralytic bite is weaken. These are different debuff effect names. We'll call this stagger. I think that's actually a more evocative name than what I have in my notes. Stagger weaken. None. Fear. None. Movement +2. Snap is a none effect. No movement. Death roll. Death roll's kind of a specialty thing. So death roll, conceptually the idea with death roll is it's a high damage move that's only enabled on a bleeding target. Tail slap, no specialty. Is that true? Did I give tail slap a bonus thing? Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, tail slap is also a weaken. I never really planned an effect for hiss, actually, at all. Doing another fear effect would be kind of lame. Yeah, hiss was the last thing I added to the move set, so I never actually defined what it does. Also, why did I skip Fish Hook? Fish Hook effect bleed. Should give Barry like a buff effect, maybe. Or maybe a cleanse would be fun. Conceptually, Hiss being a cleanse is maybe a little weird. I like the idea of this being a cleanse. We're going to change this to shake off. Like a mental cleanse. So this will just clear all debuffs. Mental debuffs. Fear and weaken. Well, sure. I'll just make it a cleanse in general. Fuck it. It can cleanse bleed effects. Why not? We can always change it later. This is not a commitment. Okay, so that should be that. So average accuracy, I guess, would just be a C. So kick, we'll do average accuracy. Snap will do weaker accuracy, but really good crit. And kick will have, I guess, just also average crit. Let's make kick have really poor crit. The kick will just be cheaper. And then snap will be a little pricier. Sure. That works for me. Hit chance on the... Well, the self move, it doesn't matter. Threat display can have a... Well, it doesn't make sense, because it's not making contact, so let's not have a hit chance. Fuck it. No crit on the non-attacking moves. We'll give charge an average hit rate. Death roll has a low hit rate. Fishhook has a decent... yeah, no. Fishhook will have an average hit rate. We'll make Tail Slap have a slightly higher hit rate. We're going to give Paralytic an abysmal hit rate, maybe. But make it relatively cheap. With good crit, because fuck it. Devour will be average. Headbutt will have a great hit rate. Devour, relatively high crit. Charge will be average crit. We'll do Headbutt with mediocre crit chance. Death Roll, very high crit. Fishhook, very minimal crit. Tail Slap can be average, sure. Okay. Life Drain, 50%. Heal. Stun duration, like, stun's just stun. That just is what it is. Let's just mark it with a check mark. Paralysis. This is going to be a very high tier paralysis. Let's make it a 4 out of 5. No scale for kick. Fear. Make that a little weaker. No scale for charge. Fish hook. We'll make this a mid-tier bleed. Snap generic. Death roll. No scaling because it's just a conditional. Tail slap. We're going to make that a weak effect. Level 2 weaken effect out of 5. Cleanse doesn't matter. Duration, irrelevant for life gain. For the stun, I think we'll give it... How about like a 3-second duration? Paralysis. Let's do a long duration on the paralysis. Let's make it last 15 whole seconds. Because it does like very minimal damage. So the logic for it would be to hit and then set up a substantial debuff that would last for a while. No duration on kick. Threat display. Fairly long duration. Yeah. 10 seconds, let's say. Fish hook is going to be very long duration bleed. Set it for like 20 seconds. Let's set fish hook for... No, let's make fish hook a weaker bleed. We'll make it a tier 2 bleed. But we will have it be like a 20-second duration. At least for testing. No, let's make it like 315. Tier 3 out of 5, 15 seconds. That still feels very long. Ten seconds. 10-second duration on the bleed effect. Death roll has no duration. Tail slap weaken 2, but we'll make it last like 15 seconds. All right, some costs. So Devour should be fairly high cost. If stamina costs scale up to 100 and base attacks are like 10, let's make Devour like a 30. Let's make it 33. What a fun number. Headbutt also should be pretty high. How about a 30? Paralytic is like that is a 12. Threat display will make it a 15. Let's drop headbutt to like a, I don't know, 25 and set charge to be a 30. 33, 25, 12, 10, 15, 30 for cost. Seems fine. Let's make fish hook cost like 21. Death roll. Death roll. Death roll has the bleed condition requirement for it to work. So let's make it like 20. 20, 21. 40 total for the fish hook death roll combo. To like 18 tail slap. 15 cleanse. Sure. So that would give Barry no attacks above 20. I think that's okay. Alright, cooldowns. Devour should have a long cooldown. So should Headbutt. A lot of these should kind of be longish cooldowns on Carno, maybe. Let's do 15 seconds Devour, 15 seconds on Headbutt, 10 on Paralytic, no cooldown on Kick, 10 on Threat, 10 on Charge, Fishhook, 5 seconds, Snap, no cooldown, Death Roll, 15. Death Roll 10. So you can cycle every 10 seconds, you can try to Fishhook Death Roll, basically. I think that's fine. Tail Slap 10 seconds. Hiss will be like 20 seconds. Let's make Hiss like 25 seconds. Let's make Hiss 30 seconds cooldown, but make it cost only 5 stamina. Or the cleanse effect. We'll drop the cooldown on threat display. Might as well. Okay, animation times. Let's start out with 1 second animation time default. No, half a second. 0.5 on kick. 0.5 on snap. 0.5 on fishhook. 2 seconds on death roll. 1 second on tail slap. 1.5 on shake. Charge 1 second. Threat display 1.5. Paralytic 0.5. Headbutt 1.5. Devour 1. Sure, that looks fine. All right, drain. So we did 13 cost snap, 10 cost kick. They have the same damage. Kick is more accurate, but has less crit. Snap is higher crit. Let's do D tier drain on snap, E tier on kick. Actually, let's do no drain on kick, E tier snap. Hiss can have D tier drain as a little bonus effect. Let's do B tier drain on threat display. C tier on headbutt. D tier on charge. D tier paralytic. None on devour. Death roll gets D. Tail slap gets E. Nothing on fishhook. So Carno's better at draining than the Baryonyx is. The Baryonyx is focused around bleeds combos, basically. Carno is more of a debuffer. Okay, so So let's see. Hit percent A through E. We'll do, I don't know, 70 to 30. Seems pretty miserable. Let's scale that. 40 to 80. Okay, Devour hit C is a 60 then. So base hit will be 60. Crit. Crit B on Devour. We'll make it a 16% crit chance. Scale is irrelevant. No, scale is relevant. Scale is 0.5. Duration, this is irrelevant. Movement 0. Cost is 33. The cooldown 15 seconds. Animation time 1 second. Range 1. Let's put in a basic description. We'll worry about more rigorous descriptions later. Headbutt. Damage 15. Hit chance is a C, which is a... No, hit chance is an A, so this is an 80% hit chance. 4% crit. This staggers. Scale 1, duration 3 seconds. Moves backwards by 1. Has a cost of 25 and a cooldown of 15. Animation time of 1.5 seconds. Range 1. Drain is a C. I gotta find my drain ranges. We'll call a C 15. Why not? An attack that can stagger the enemy. Paralytic bite. Low damage. Low accuracy. High hit chance. Or high crit chance. 20% chance of critting. Effect is a weaken. It is a substantial long duration weaken if it connects. No movement. Very cheap. However, 10-second cooldown. Animation time is negligible. 0.5. Range 1. Drains 10 stamina on hit. Oops. Oh god, I hit insert. Terrible. Alright, kick is a basic. Carnotaurus' basic attack. 10 damage. Accuracy base is 60. Crit chance 8%. No effect. No scale. No duration. No movement. Kick's cost is only 10. Cooldown is 0. Animation time is 0.5. Range 2. Kick has 0 drain associated with it. Threat displayed, no damage. Threat display, hit chance is just 100. It always hits. We'll code it so that 100 hit chance and 0 damage are like fixed. This causes fear in the target. At a scale of 3 for a duration of 10 seconds. Threat display costs 15 stamina. Threat display has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Animation time 1.5 seconds. Range 2 and 3. Threat display has a substantial drain of 20 stamina on the opponent. Non-damaging move that causes fear in the enemy. Sure. I have the spelling error in the name here. Threat display. Threat display, yes. Thank you for the follow. Cryo again. Did you not previously follow me on the new account? Well, there you go. Alright, charge, damage 25, hit chance 60. Let's double check these hit chances. 60, 60, 60, 80, 40. 60, 60, 40, 80, 60. Okay. Charge has a crit chance of 12. 12% crit. No noticeable effect. Scale and duration are irrelevant. Charge moves the Carnotaurus forward 2 arena units. Charge costs a large amount of stamina. Moderate cooldown of 10. Animation time of 1. Range of 3. Causes a drain of 10 stamina on contact. Alright, Baryonyx moves. Fishhook, 15 damage. Hit chance 60. Crit chance 4%. Effect is a bleed. Scale is 3. The bleed lasts for 10 seconds. No movement. Fishhook costs 21 stamina. With a cooldown of 5 seconds and a quick animation time of 0.5. Range 1 and 2. Drains no stamina. Okay, charge, quickly close the gap with the target for high damage. Fishhook. Slash an enemy with your claws, causing a bleed. Stream don't work on Twitch. Are you sure? On Twitch. Are you sure? Wow, look at that. That's me on Twitch right now streaming on Twitch to myself. Sure? Wow, look at that. That's me causing feedback. Beautiful. It works on Twitch. You are having problem. Not me. You are problem. Okay, Fishhook is good to go. Snap. Snap your jaws. Base damage on snap is 10. Base accuracy is a 50. Crit chance 18? Wait, 16. 16% crit. No effect. Scale is irrelevant. Duration is irrelevant. Movement 0. Snap costs 13 stamina. Cooldown. No cooldown because this is the basic. Animation time 0.5. Basic attack, snap your jaws. Range 1 and 2. Snap does have the small amount of drain of 5 stamina on contact. The death roll, 25. Death roll's accuracy is also 50. Death roll's crit chance, though, is 20. Why is it loading? Because your internet sucks. I don't know, man. A bleed is required. Duration is irrelevant. No movement. Death roll is 20 stamina with a cooldown of 10 seconds and an animation time of a fat 2 seconds as you roll a guy. 10 drain on contact. Grab a bleeding target. Drag them down, sure. Grab a bleeding target and drag them down. Why not? Tail slap. B tier accuracy, so base of 70. Crit chance of 12. Effect is a weaken with a small scale of 2, but a long duration of 15 seconds. No movement. Relatively cheap, 18 cost. Cooldown, a little long at 10 seconds. Animation time 1 second. Drain, small drain of 5 stamina. And shake off. 0 damage, 100 accuracy. Oh yeah, we need to add a descriptor. Slap the target with your tail, weakening it. Sure. Shake off negative effects. Cleanse, scale 1, duration irrelevant. Crit irrelevant. Or 0 rather, I guess. Cost is only 5, but the cooldown is a fat 30 seconds. A 1.5 second animation timer at a range specifically of 3, causing a small amount of additional drain to the enemy target. All right, there's the effects of all the attacks. Let's make sure nothing has been broken here. Malformed assignments. Line 17. Line 3. Line 3, devour equals... wait. A string literal was unexpected. Oh, this is still missing the comma. Okay. Okay, we're good. Threat display crashes. Incorrect type undefined expecting a number. Global attack name damage. Right, these should be actually choosing the damage values now. Threat display damage is 0. Is that a threat display issue specifically? Okay, charge worked. Threat display crashes. Okay. Both slots crash. Kick should already work. Devour. Don't you run from me, you little shit. Devour. Headbutt. Paralytic bite. Paralytic bite crashes. Incorrect type undefined expecting a number. Global dot attacks. Name. Damage. Oh, duh, it's the 2-word ones because I don't have the syntax and to fix the two. Yep. No, this is expected. So attack buttons. Name. Okay, so we need to remove the space. So to remove a space, string trim returns a new string with all leading and trailing white space characters removed. Text somewhere in the middle. Wait, that's only the forward and the front and back? Yeah, leading and trailing, that's not it. Replace space in string. String replace all. This function is not modified, but returns a new one. That's fucking fine. That's actually preferable anyway. String replace all. Yeah. String replace all. Name. Space with nothing. Oops. This is bad form. I'm gonna say. Let's just make this name 2. String replace all name space with nothing. That should work. Invalid token. Is this just that it doesn't like the fact that there were apostrophes here? Correct. Okay, so now when I hit threat display, game should not crash and it does no damage. Okay, devour, paralytic bite. Let me bite you. Yeah, okay, sick. Okay, so attacks are spammable. They work. Success. Okay, so let's just go down the list, right? Names. Names are implemented. Check mark. Damage implemented without any additional calcs. Hit chance. Let's implement hit chance. So this is all executed on the button press. So we can generate. Should I just roll a hit every time the button is pressed? It's probably fine. Generating a random number. Random range. Okay. 20 to 50, but it may be a real number. Okay, let's okay, yeah, so this is not functionally changed. So if we're generating from 0 to 1, do we care that it's got okay. How does this work? This is inclusive. The low end, the high end. Anywhere between 500 and 600. So it can return it can return like an arbitrary decimal in between. That is not convenient. Okay, so let's do 0 to 2 just for test. Value 1, value 2 equals int 64. Value 1. No. Shit, what is the debug? Show debug. Show debug message value 2. So now every time we hit the button, we should generate 0, 1, or 2. Okay, but we never get a 2 because yeah, it has to be. So this is not rounding. This is like floor. So if I do 0 to 100, then I'd get 0 to 99. That works. Okay. $24, $33, $52. Yeah. Okay. That seems fine. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know why I'm wearing my headphones when there's no sounds anywhere from anything. All right, so let's change these to a hit, I guess. We might as well just actually use these. Excuse me. I have the consumption. No, kidding. So we just do if no, we need this is a bad spot to do it. If hit okay, we put it here. If I guess we just do hit 2 less than global dot attacks accuracy. What did I call it? No, I just call it hit. So if hit 2 below global attacks hit. Sure. All right. Silence that one at least a little bit. Okay. Oops. Accidentally hit tab 7,000 times. That is the wrong character. So that should be sufficient for hit checks. It doesn't need to be any more complicated than that. Yep, not everyone is hitting. Okay, cool. We need some sort of feedback. But the animation thing, whenever we sort out animations, that'll be kind of dealt with anyway. All right, let's do stamina. Draw text. Let's do this. Oops. What did I hit caps lock? Global dot en stam equals 50 equals 50. So we initialize with 50 stamina on both. Draw Let me think about this. Where do I want to put this? Should be down here by the buttons. Kind of like right above the middle row. Maybe. It doesn't matter that much. Let's put it below the HP. Global.pc stam. Global.en stam. 175. All right, 50, 50. Let's just put this at about 100. Oops. All right, stamina 50, stamina 50. Currently, that's just how that works there. I guess we add step. Global dot play PC stam plus equals 1. This is going to be way too fast. Global dot en stam plus equals 1. This is just to test this. Yeah, stamina rocketing up, but it works. So stamina caps at, let's cap it at 99. Global.pc stam less than 100. Oops. Oh my god, please stop. I don't need your help at this point. Global.en stam less than 100. So now we'll stop at 100. This is, let's do this plus 160th. Now this should count up at 1 second. Malformed if statement. Wait, what is my, do I just, I forgot. Do I just do this? Wait, how do if statements work? Step event not set before reading it. Layout flipple.pc stem. Huh. Wait, what? Oh shit, capital G. Whoops. Whoopsies. Whoopsie doodles. Alright, fixed it. Alright. Now it's incrementing up by fractional values. It should cap out when it hits 100. And yes, we're just going to sit and watch it go to 100. Or I guess 99.99. 100.0 it actually reaches. Wonder if that's just... Why is it 100.0 specifically? Oh, yes, because the last check is, are you below 100? If you are below 100, do the thing. Sure, fuck it, that's fine. It's just, this is pointless. This doesn't matter. 99 versus 100 is really pointless at this stage. Okay, so 1 over 60 is a tick rate of 1 per unit time. The unit speed is defined. I did not define the stam rate. Okay, we'll do a stam rate of 12 for the berry, Carno, stam rate of 10. And then I want to do PC stam rate. Pull that in stam rate. And then when we draw this, if I do a int 64 for the round, okay, so the berry reaches it quicker than the Carno does. Those are a little on the fast side. Maybe I want to cut those by half. Let's modulate specifically the values. So we'll give the berry a stam rate of 6. We'll give the Carno a rate of 5. Interesting. These stop at 99 with the integer rounding. Huh. Let's give the berry a stam rate of 7. How do I feel about how fast that was? Still feels a little fast, actually. Let's give the berry, let's do 7, but let's do it 120 on the rate it increases at. Step. I think I'm okay with that stamina rate. Okay. So now, when we do an attack, global.play global.pc stam minus equals global. What do we call this? Cost? Attack dictionary cost. So now attack should have a cost associated with them. Yep. Okay, great. Stamina costs work. Okay, so we need another if statement here. If greater than or equals the cost. Oops. Right. So check range. Check if you can afford to do it. If you can afford to do it, do the thing. Check the hit. If it hits, do the damage. Otherwise, nothing happens. Yep. So now I can only attack if I have the points to do so. Cool. So we'll have to work on the pace of the battle, obviously. but we have a resource system in. Okay. So, awesome. Let's see, what else do we want to do here? I could add crit rolls. That's pretty easy to code. What else would be descriptions? I need to have a hover text thing. I need to figure out how to do that. Maybe we don't do that tonight. That's not terribly important. What about playing an animation? Play animation once. Add event key press letters E. How does this work? Image index equals 0. Image speed equals 0. Okay. Okay, so we would do something like make an object? I don't know. Animation curve? Let's make an object. We'll just call this the attack anim. Change the sprite to the attack animation. Visible, solid, persistent, uses physics. Add event. Let's not add any event. Well, let's add a create. Let's add a create. HTML code. Image speed equals 1 on create. Let's try that. And then when we do the attack, instance create layer 200. What are the other parameters here? Layer ID or name object. Zero, I don't know. Object, attack anim. Let's see what happens if we do this. Specified layer does not exist. Yes. Object create layer. A lot of options for things that create things. Oops. Fuck. Undo. Oh, maybe just do depth. Maybe that's just better. Like what we did before. Oh my god, animation. Holy shit. What the fuck? It just works like that. We just fucking Todd Howard that shit. It just works. It just works that easily. Okay. Cool. This should be a depth minus 100. Does that put it in front of the text? Arbitrary. Yes. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Okay, then we can pass the struct, which we'll need to do. So var so we need to pass through to this the animation time. Yeah, so we do name2 is already defined. We take this. Animation time is whatever the fuck we called this. Tac dictionary. Animation time. So we pass through the animation time. And then when the animation is happening, add event step. So per step once the animation starts. So if animation time is 1.5, we would want to do 60 times that. So for frames. So it's 60 FPS, 60 times animation time. No, this should be, this goes into create. I know what I have the vision. I just need to put it in the right places. So that's the real timer. Current time plus equals 1. Current time equals 0. So we initialize current time plus equals 1 if current time greater than real time. Wait, is that correct? Okay, so after 30 frames, if animation time is 0.5 seconds, real time is 30 seconds. Every frame, current time ticks up 1. So after 30 frames, current time is 30. So if current time is 30 and real time is 30, that is the condition for the animation to end. So it should be equals to. If current time is greater than or equals to real time, just destroy this. How do I destroy yourself? Add event, destroy now. GameMaker, object destroys self. Instance destroy. Instance destroy self. That's all I have to do in theory. Error. In step is a variable not set. Current. Current time. Yes, of course. Current time. Great. Okay, cool. So the animation duration, so it cycles for however long it is. So wait, if image speed 1 is 1 maybe? Hold on. Let's okay. So no, we know kick is a half-second image duration. Okay, wait. What is devour's duration? Animation time 1. So 1 is 1. Perfect. So if I want animation time. Oh, so this is just image speed is just set to anim time. Yeah. Okay. Which makes sense. Like, so in theory now it should play the full animation every time, but speed up based on doesn't. Oh, now it's fast. Right. Okay. So it's the opposite of what I want to do. Image speed equaling animation time is speeding it up. So I want this to be 1 over anim time. Yeah, so the kick is super fast, devour regular speed, and threat displays slow animation. Perfect. Okay. Great. Okay, so that works. So basic attack animation shit works as a placeholder. Timer should run while animations are running. So ideally, if I'm gonna clone the Monster Rancher resource mechanic, Well, it varies game to game, but the best version of it seems to be you don't generate guts/stamina while the animation's playing. Well, your own animation is playing. How do I want to? How would I code that? I just code in a freeze. Okay. No, that goes. That doesn't go into the attack animation. That goes in here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I got it. We just do global dot attacking equals true. Global dot PC attacking. Sure. Okay, okay, lowercase will register just as the Boolean. That's what I want. Okay, this defines as attacking as true. We go to the layout. Global PC is attacking initializes as false because you don't attack at the start of the match anyway. Boom, boom, boom. And then when we are doing guts generation and global.pc attacking is false. Do you need to do this? So, as this is currently coded, stamina is increasing. Execute the animation. It's supposed to stop. Does not. PC attacking. Global.pc attack. Oh, this is... No, this is under the cost part. If range, if cost, global.pc... Oh, because it's not range. Yeah, because that's not a real attack. I have to be in range and hit the attack. Yeah, okay, stamina froze. Perfect. Okay, so now all we need to do is go to the end of the attack animation. And when the attack animation destroys itself, it also undoes, it resets attack into false. And now we've disabled stamina generation while an attack animation is playing, but only for the attacker. Okay. Beautiful. 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 Okay. Very cool. Very cool. So from the player's point of view, the resource system is fully implemented. Okay, so using the steps, we can increment cooldowns into this too. The problem with the cooldowns, we probably want those to be in the attacks. Yeah, cooldowns we need to think about because they occupy multiple slots. They need to be linked. which means we need a attack dictionary under the player character. Yeah, okay. So we go to the player. Nope, wait, we don't define the attacks at all because they're drawn under layout. Yes. So on creation, we generate the buttons. Global.pc attack. Right, but these are defined here. So it's probably easier to deal with these here. Global.pc. How do I want to implement that? Because I want to implement it in a way that scales, obviously. Otherwise, what's the point? And I don't want to just nest a bunch of dicks together, a bunch of structs necessarily. I mean, I can do it that way. Um, we could do it like this. We could do it like cooldowns in the struct as an array of zeros. So this guy's got Devour, Headbutt, Paralytic Bite, Kick, and Threat Display, and Charge. Right, so he's got 6 unique moves in 7 slots. Oops. So if we do 6 zeros in the array to represent all the moves being off cooldown. And then we do like a move list. And the move list index corresponds to the cooldown slot. Right? So if I click charge, that's not better. Nah, no, that's not any better. That's just more awkward. So we're better off just doing, we are better off doing a struct, a nested struct. So let's do this. Cooldowns is cooldowns. Cooldowns. So we just do Devour 0. Headbutt 0. Paralytic Bite with no spaces 0. That way it's using the same redefined name that would be used to fetch it from the attack dictionary. Yes. Kick 0. Does this work? Like, it works, but does this scale? I mean, like, if I need to define and add and remove the things from this, does that even work? I have no idea. We can find out. Charge 0. Snap, fishhook, death roll. Shake off. Tail slap. Okay, pending variables to an existing struct. Struct.new variable equals some number. Okay, I think this works actually pretty well then. So if we do this, hold on. Whoops. Let's comment this out. We do global.en. Hold on. Global.en dot cooldowns $, tail slap. Wait, was it $? Was it and? Yeah, $, string. Yeah. This isn't lobby layout. Global.n.cooldowns, inconsistent name scheme, blah, 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 blah. Tail slap with this. Tail slap equals 0. Yeah, should still be that. Show debug message global.en dot cooldowns. Does that work? Death roll, tail slap, fishhook, shake off, snap. It looks to me like it works. Okay. Cool. And they all show a 0. Cool. Okay. Great. So yes, we can just easily add any new move that's added to the move set to that. And presumably remove any move from the move set if we need to. But like doesn't really matter. Because the only cooldowns it's going to reference are the ones that are matching the attacks. So let's add a little note here. an example of how to add a new attack to the nested cooldown struct. All right. Cool. Cool. I'm just going to leave this as a later appendation. Am I? No. Why introduce any complication like that when this just works? I don't know why it also shows it in slot like 3. I don't know why the cooldowns like reorganize themselves. Because it prints off death roll, tail slap, fishhook, shake off, snap, which has nothing to do with the ordering that's here. It's not alphabetical. It's not anything. It's just random. Well, whatever. Point is, it works. Who cares? Okay. We'll implement the cooldowns later, I think. What about implementing some attack damage calc, some basic stuff? We can do like minus equals this plus how do we define this? What's under lobby layout? Global.pc.dam. Let's do actually let's do this. Global.pc.dam divided by global.en.depth. So currently, if I have max defense, if I have I have 1 damage, the enemy has a 100 defense. It'll take 1% damage, which is brutal. So we should probably make some other adjustment to that. Maybe cap it at like 50% damage reduction. What about the opposite? If I have 100 damage and they have 1 defense, that's 100 times the damage. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, we need to have some adjustment to this somehow. So we have base damage that ranges from wait, what did I even set my damage ranges to? 20, 15, 25 at max, right? 0 to 25 base times attack over def. which will range between 1 over 999 and 999, resulting in a insane damage cap. Now, if we divide the whole thing by 100, it could be at max 10 times or 1/10 the output. Well, actually, hold on. If we just do it, if we just split it up, that's still like you'd always do 50%. You're guaranteed to always do half damage of whatever the base is. So if defense is really, really high, you lose half your damage, essentially at the limit. And if damage is really, really high, you gain an insane amount of damage currently. If the goal is to cap this at, say, 150%, you would want the damage value to end at 2. So if I have 1,000 damage, 999 damage stat, and they're at 1, you just divide it by 500. Wait, but then if it's even, that's not fair. Well, just 1. Uh, Wait, how do you make this not shit? uh, Hold on. It can't be a flat. It can't just be a flat multiplicative factor because that just doesn't work. That's the problem. It has to be more complex than that. Okay, this is probably something for me to think about another time. What my damage calc looks like because actually this is this is an important decision that has repercussions. So we do this and we just comment all of that out back there. Global attacks name to dollar damage, close bracket. Yeah, okay. So this is currently just damage based damage, which is fine. I'll probably just look up some damage formulas and steal one for the demo at least. We can worry about tinkering with its effects later. Okay, why don't we wrap the stream up here? I got my 4 hours in. So the final state of the game after session 2, we got the lobby screen showing your guy's stats and the enemy's stats with a little start battle button. We have the timer implemented, which does end the match when it runs out. We have variable HP stats. We have stamina as a resource that ticks up. We have attacks that actually have accuracy calculations, animations. Okay, we just missed 2 kicks in a row. Cool. And resources that work with those effects, including the resource ticking, freezing while it is calculated. Which acts as a catch-up mechanic for the enemy. Enemy still doesn't have any attack AI, so we need to do that. We did not implement crits. That's fine. Quick, kick him to death. Kick him! Kick him! We're running out of time. One more. We didn't get the KO. We didn't get the KO. The Baryonyx lived. That's the idea, though. That's how it should work. A fight doesn't always end in a knockout. It can end in a timeout, which is perfect. I want to implement a Nuzlocke mode where, you know, any defeat in battle is a death, basically, which will not be true of the main game. Standard mode will have permadeath, but it will not be guaranteed. Whereas the Nuzlocke mode would be any defeat is lethal, which will be cool. All right. Yeah, so that'll be it for the stream. We'll do day 3 next week. I would like to implement next week. I think I want to implement enemy AI and start work on status effects. I think the progress is pretty good here. I mean, honestly, implementing a ticking resource, damage numbers, HP, at least partially on damage numbers, and like a timer that actually functions is pretty good progress, I think, despite the game looking largely the same as it did last week. Oh, also the buttons actually are attacks. They're not just fillers with their own stats, their own tracking, and blanks are removed. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. All right, I'll catch everybody later. That's it for the stream.